Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. My hand pulled away from the cool wooden rail. The scent of wet varnish lingered, a sharp reminder of the hours spent renovating. The stairs creaked beneath my weight, a sound I had grown accustomed to, yet it now seemed to resonate differently in the silence. My skin prickled as I reached the top, aware of a stillness that wasn't supposed to be. I turned instinctively, feeling the air shift as if disturbed by an uninvited presence. The color of the shadows had changed, and the familiar outline felt estranged. The varnish smell returns to me now, cutting through whatever fog has settled over these memories. I keep trying to place when exactly I first noticed it, that chemical sweetness that shouldn't have been there anymore. The renovation had been finished, hadn't it? I remember standing in that hallway, my palm still tingling from where it had touched the rail. There was something about the way the wood felt beneath my fingers, too smooth, too perfect, like someone had been working on it recently, but that couldn't be right because I lived alone. The floorboards underneath my feet told their own story, creaking in a pattern I thought I knew by heart. One near the top always groaned when you stepped on it just so. But that morning, or was it evening, the sound came from somewhere else entirely. A board that had never made noise before suddenly announced itself with a low, protesting moan. I can see myself turning around, though I'm not sure why I felt compelled to look back down those stairs. The shadows pooled differently than they should have. Light doesn't lie, does it? But the angles were all wrong, like someone had rearranged the furniture while I slept, shifting everything just enough to make the familiar feel foreign. There's a gap here, something I'm not remembering clearly. I was wearing slippers, blue ones with worn soles that made almost no sound on the hardwood. I remember because I kept looking down at my feet, wondering why I could hear footsteps when mine were silent. The sound seemed to come from below, but when I looked down the staircase, nothing moved in the dim light filtering through the windows. The house felt bigger somehow. Spaces that had been cozy now yawned open, full of air that tasted stale despite the windows I was sure I'd left cracked for ventilation. I'd been so careful about that during the renovation, keeping the air flowing to help the stains and varnishes cure properly. But the air hung thick and still, like it had been trapped for much longer than it should have been. Someone had been there, I know this now, though I couldn't prove it then. There were signs I didn't recognize as signs until much later. A coffee cup in the sink that I didn't remember using. The kind of heavy ceramic mug I'd never owned, with a chip on the handle that looked old and familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. The varnish smell grew stronger as I moved down the hallway. It shouldn't have. The work had been completed, the fumes aired out, the space returned to normal living. But there it was, sharp and chemical, making my eyes water slightly as I breathed it in. I found myself checking the windows, running my fingers along the locks to make sure they were secure. Everything clicked into place the way it should, but my hands were shaking slightly as I tested each one. Why was I shaking? The morning wasn't cold, the house wasn't cold, but something had settled into my bones that felt like winter. There's another gap, longer this time. When I try to remember what happened next, I see fragments. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked pale, drawn. There were dark circles under my eyes that suggested I hadn't been sleeping well, though I couldn't remember lying awake or tossing and turning. The face looking back at me seemed surprised by its own appearance, as if we were meeting for the first time in a while. The toothbrush was wet, I noticed this because I always let it air dry completely between uses, a habit left over from childhood warnings about bacteria. But there it was, bristles still damp, sitting in its holder like it had just been used. By me. It must have been by me, but I couldn't recall brushing my teeth that morning. Small things kept appearing and disappearing. A book left open to a page I didn't remember reading. A glass of water, half empty, sitting on the nightstand. The bed made in a way that was almost but not quite how I usually did it, the corners tucked just a little too neatly, the pillows arranged with more precision than I typically bothered with. I started making mental notes, trying to catalog these inconsistencies, but the act of paying attention seemed to make them multiply rather than resolve. The more I looked, the more I found, subtle shifts in the arrangement of things, objects in places that were logical but not quite right. The varnish smell followed me through the house like a ghost, stronger in some rooms, fainter in others, but never completely gone. I found myself following it, trying to trace it to its source. It led me back to the stairs again and again, to that wooden rail that felt too smooth under my palm. I began to suspect I was losing time somehow. Not dramatic chunks, nothing that would make me worry about my health, but small pockets of minutes or hours that seemed to slip away without my notice. I'd find myself in rooms without remembering walking into them, holding objects I didn't recall picking up. The house had been my sanctuary during the renovation, a project that gave me purpose, something to focus on while other parts of my life felt uncertain. I'd stripped old paint, sanded rough surfaces, applied coat after coat of stain and protective finish. My hands had learned every inch of those stairs, every imperfection in the wood grain, every spot that needed extra attention. But now the stairs felt like they belonged to someone else. The rail was perfect in a way that my work had never quite achieved. The finish was flawless, without the tiny bubbles or uneven patches that marked it as the product of amateur effort. Someone had gone over my work, improving it, perfecting it. Who had that kind of access? Who cared enough about the details to spend time fixing what I had considered finished? The questions multiplied faster than I could answer them. Each small mystery spawned two more. The wet toothbrush led to wondering about the soap dispenser that seemed fuller than it should be. The perfectly made bed raised questions about the laundry hamper that was emptier than expected. The coffee cup suggested meals I couldn't remember eating, conversations I couldn't remember having. I started leaving small tests for myself. A pencil placed just so on a table, positioned carefully so I'd notice if it moved. A magazine folded to a specific page. A door left open to a precise angle. But the tests proved nothing because I couldn't trust my own memory of how I'd set them up. Had the pencil been pointing toward the window or away from it? Was the magazine folded to the article about gardening or the one about home security? The varnish smell began to feel like a presence in the house. Not malevolent exactly, but persistent, watchful. It was strongest at night, when the house settled into its evening quiet and the small sounds of cooling wood and shifting foundations became more noticeable. I'd lie in bed breathing it in, wondering if it was getting stronger or if I was just becoming more sensitive to it. Sleep became elusive, not because I wasn't tired. I was exhausted in a way that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than physical fatigue, but because closing my eyes felt like surrendering control. In the darkness, the house sounded different. Footsteps that might have been settling floors, doors that might have been responding to temperature changes, water running that might have been pipes expanding or contracting. But might have been wasn't the same as were. I began to understand that someone had been taking care of me. The thought arrived fully formed one morning as I stood in the kitchen, looking at a breakfast I didn't remember preparing. toast cut diagonally, the way I preferred it but rarely bothered with when I was alone. Coffee in that heavy ceramic mug prepared exactly to my taste, an orange peeled and sectioned, arranged on a small plate with the precision of someone who cared about presentation. The realization should have been comforting. Someone who knew my preferences, who wanted to take care of me, who paid attention to small details that made life more pleasant. But instead of comfort, I felt a creeping unease that started in my stomach and spread outward until my hands were trembling again. Because I lived alone, had always lived alone in this house, had chosen it specifically for the privacy, the independence, the ability to renovate and arrange and live exactly as I pleased without considering anyone else's needs or preferences. So who was taking care of me? The varnish smell seemed to pulse stronger when I asked myself this question, as if responding to my growing awareness. I followed it again, up those perfect stairs, my hand trailing along that impossibly smooth rail. At the top, I turned as I always did, feeling that shift in the air that suggested movement just beyond my perception. The shadows had changed again, or maybe I was finally seeing them clearly for the first time. They fell in patterns that suggested furniture that wasn't there, doorways that didn't exist, spaces configured for two people rather than one. I began to search the house more systematically, looking for signs of another presence. Not evidence of intrusion, I was past thinking of this as a break-in or invasion. Evidence of habitation. Of someone who belonged here as much as I did, who knew the house as intimately as I did, who cared for it and for me with the quiet consistency of long familiarity. In the back of the bedroom closet, behind clothes I rarely wore, I found a section that had been organized differently. Not disturbed organized. Shirts arranged by color and season, pants hung with military precision, shoes lined up with their toes pointing in the same direction. The kind of order I aspired to but never quite achieved. The bathroom medicine cabinet revealed similar evidence. Medications arranged alphabetically, toiletries lined up by height, a spare toothbrush I didn't remember buying tucked neatly beside my own. Everything clean, orderly, cared for by someone with more patience for domestic details than I'd ever possessed. But it was the kitchen that finally broke through whatever barrier had been keeping the truth at bay. In the refrigerator, behind the milk and leftover containers I recognized, I found food I'd never purchased. Ingredients for meals I didn't know how to cook, prepared in portions sized for two people. A loaf of bread that was my preferred brand, but a type I'd never tried. Yogurt in flavors I didn't like, but someone apparently did. The varnish smell was overwhelming now, so strong it made my eyes water and my throat close up slightly. But I understood finally that it wasn't coming from the stairs, wasn't a lingering remnant of renovation work. It was the smell of ongoing maintenance, of someone who cared for this house with the dedication of an owner, who touched up imperfections as they appeared, who kept everything in perfect condition. Someone who had been here all along. I climbed the stairs one more time, my hand sliding along that perfect rail, feeling the smoothness that spoke of constant attention and care. At the top I turned, and for just a moment the shadows resolved into something that made sense. A figure that belonged in this space, that had always belonged here, that I had somehow stopped seeing clearly until now. The varnish smell surrounded me like an embrace, and I understood that I had never been alone in this house, had never been taking care of it by myself, had never been living the solitary life I thought I'd chosen. But I still can't remember who you are, Story 2. The gentle hum of the refrigerator underscored the morning silence as sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting intricate patterns across the floor. The air was crisp with the scent of lemon polish, but the muted thud from upstairs was a discordant note in the symphony of domestic calm. On the hallway runner, a trail of fine pebbles like secret breadcrumbs led to the stairs, each step downward erased by an unseen hand. As I ascended, a draft whispered past, carrying with it a sensation that something vital had been left undone, and that something was poised to unravel. I touch the banister now, months later, and the wood feels different, warmer, or maybe it's my hands that have changed. The pebbles are gone, of course. Someone swept them away that first morning, but I still see them when I close my eyes. Granite chips, I think, or limestone, the kind you'd find in a driveway, pressed into concrete and forgotten until rain washes them loose. The case files sit in my kitchen drawer beneath the takeout menus and battery packets. I tell myself I keep them there by accident, but my fingers find them every time I reach for the scissors. The edges are soft now from handling, corners bent where I've folded and refolded the pages, searching for something I missed. Her voice comes back to me in fragments. I heard it every morning for a week, the same sound. What kind of sound? Like someone dropping a book, heavy, but when I checked, nothing was ever out of place. The interview transcript is coffee-stained, my handwriting cramped in the margins. I'd written check attic access and circled it twice, but I can't remember if I ever followed through. Memory has become unreliable, a film strip with missing frames. She was wearing blue that day, a cardigan with small buttons, the kind children struggle with. Her fingers worked at the fabric while she spoke, picking at loose threads. I noticed because my own mother had the same nervous habit, and it made me want to reach across the table and still her hands. The pebbles appeared overnight, she continued. I'd sweep them up before bed and they'd be back by morning. I'd asked about the windows, the doors, any possible entry points. She shook her head at each suggestion, that same bewildered expression I'd seen on a dozen other faces in a dozen other cases. The look of someone whose world had shifted slightly off its axis, everything familiar made strange. The kitchen smells like coffee now, but underneath there's something else. Dust, maybe, or the lingering scent of old paper. I've been going through the files again, spreading them across the counter like tarot cards, hoping for a different reading this time. There was a neighbor, an elderly man who walked his dog past the house every morning at 7:15. I'd interviewed him twice, once at his door and again at the station. His statement was consistent, which should have been reassuring, but somehow wasn't. Never saw anyone coming or going. Quiet street, you notice when things are different. But when I pressed him about the morning in question, his certainty wavered. Well, there might have been someone, early before dawn, but I can't be sure, could have been a shadow. The shadows, the case was full of them. Half-glimpsed figures, sounds that might have been footsteps, evidence that appeared and vanished like morning frost. I remember standing in her living room, trying to reconstruct the scene. The afternoon light slanted through those same lace curtains, creating a maze of brightness and dark. Everything was precisely arranged. Magazines fanned on the coffee table, cushions plumped and positioned just so. It was the kind of order that spoke of control, of someone trying to hold their world together through careful attention to detail. But upstairs was different. The bedroom felt hollow, like a stage set after the actors have gone home. The bed was made, but the spread was pulled too tight, stretched drum-taut across the mattress. In the corner, a chair held a folded nightgown, arms crossed as if embracing itself. I'd opened the window, testing the lock, checking the screen for tears. The mechanism worked smoothly, too smoothly for something that supposedly hadn't been touched in years. When I mentioned this, she'd gone very still. "I never opened that window. The catch is broken." But it wasn't broken. I tested it 3 times, and each time it latched perfectly. When I demonstrated, she watched with the expression of someone seeing magic performed, wonder mixed with unease. The pebbles bothered me most, not their presence, but their placement. They formed a line too straight to be accidental, too deliberate to be random. Someone had arranged them, but why? And how had they gained entry to a house that showed no signs of forced access? I dusted for prints, of course. The banister yielded dozens of partial impressions, layered like geological strata. Hers were there, and those of visitors, delivery people, the cleaning woman who came twice a month. But underneath, barely visible, was something else. A print that didn't match any in our database, too smudged to be useful but clear enough to prove someone else had been there. The investigation stretched on for weeks. I canvassed the neighborhood, interviewed everyone within a 6-block radius, followed up on every lead, no matter how tenuous. The case consumed me in the way that unsolved puzzles do, burrowing into my thoughts and making itself at home. She called me regularly during those weeks, always with the same question. "Have you found anything?" And always I had to tell her no. The calls stopped abruptly on a Tuesday. I'd been expecting her usual morning check-in, had even prepared an update about a similar case in the next county. When the phone remained silent, I told myself she'd simply grown tired of asking the same question and receiving the same answer. But something nagged at me. I drove past her house that evening, then again the next morning. The newspapers were piling up on the porch, and the living room curtains were drawn tight against the day. When I knocked, no one answered, though I thought I heard movement inside. I should have pursued it further, should have requested a welfare check or found some official reason to enter the house. Instead, I let bureaucracy and respect for privacy stay my hand. It's a decision that haunts me still, another shadow in a case full of them. The house sold a month later. The new owners were a young couple with a baby, the kind of family that fills empty rooms with laughter and clutter. I drove by once after they'd moved in, curious to see how the space had transformed. The lace curtains were gone, replaced by cheerful yellow panels. Toys dotted the front lawn, and a tricycle sat abandoned on the walkway. It looked like what it was supposed to be, a home where ordinary people lived ordinary lives. But as I slowed to take it all in, something caught my eye. There on the front path was a small scatter of pebbles, just a few, barely noticeable unless you knew to look for them. I parked and walked closer, telling myself I was being paranoid. They were probably nothing, debris from construction work or stones tracked in on someone's shoes. But when I knelt to examine them, my blood went cold. They were arranged in a line just as they had been before. The same deliberate spacing, the same inexplicable precision. I gathered them into my palm, feeling their weight, their coolness against my skin. Granite chips, definitely. The kind used in decorative concrete, the kind that might work loose during a hard freeze and scatter across a driveway. The young mother appeared at the door then, baby on her hip, curiosity in her eyes. "Can I help you?" I showed her my badge, explained about the previous investigation. Her expression shifted from wariness to concern as I described what I'd found. "Pebbles, I haven't noticed any pebbles, but then we've been so busy with the move and everything." She invited me in, eager to help, and I found myself once again in that familiar living room. The space was utterly transformed, filled with moving boxes and the detritus of new beginnings. But the stairs were the same, the banister smooth under my palm as I climbed toward the second floor. The previous owner left in quite a hurry, the young woman was saying. Didn't take much with her, just a few suitcases, according to the realtor. We reached the landing and she pushed open the bedroom door. Sunlight streamed through bare windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny spirits. The room felt different now, alive with possibility instead of weighed down by secrets. But in the corner where the chair had been, where a folded nightgown had waited like a patient ghost, I noticed something. A small indentation in the carpet, circular and precise, as if something heavy had rested there for a very long time. "What was here?" I asked, pointing to the mark. The woman frowned, following my gaze. "Nothing that I know of. The room was empty when we moved in. Well, except for that smell." "What kind of smell?" "Lemon polish, very strong, like someone had been cleaning obsessively. It took weeks to air out." I nodded, remembering that crisp scent from my first visit, the way it had seemed to mask something else underneath, something I'd never quite been able to identify. We talked for a few more minutes, and I left her my card with instructions to call if anything unusual happened. As I walked back to my car, the pebbles still warm in my pocket, I tried to make sense of what I'd learned. The previous owner had left suddenly, taking almost nothing. The house had reeked of cleaning products, as if someone had tried to erase all trace of what had happened there. And now the pebbles were back, appearing like a signature at the scene of an unfinished story. I spent the next few days trying to track her down, following paper trails and making calls to distant relatives. But she'd vanished as completely as if she'd never existed. No forwarding address, no contact information, no trace of where she might have gone. The case file grew thicker with dead ends and unanswered questions. I added the new pebbles to the evidence bag, though I knew they'd never yield any useful information. They were just stones, after all, fragments of something larger, broken away and scattered by forces beyond understanding. But they meant something, I was certain of that, even if I couldn't articulate what. They were a message, perhaps, or a warning. A sign that whatever had happened in that house wasn't finished, that some stories resist conclusion, no matter how desperately we try to write their endings. I think about her sometimes, the woman in the blue cardigan with her nervous fingers and bewildered eyes. I wonder where she is now, whether she's found peace or if the pebbles follow her still, appearing each morning like a recurring dream made manifest. The case remains officially open, though no one expects it to be solved. It sits in my files between a burglary and a domestic dispute, 3 manila folders that contain more questions than answers. Sometimes I take them out and spread the contents across my desk, hoping that time and distance will reveal patterns I missed before. But the truth remains elusive, shifting like shadows on a wall. Was she the victim of an elaborate stalking campaign, or had stress and isolation finally taken their toll on her sanity? Were the pebbles evidence of an intruder's presence, or symptoms of a mind unraveling under pressure? I've learned to live with uncertainty, to accept that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. But late at night, when the house settles around me and the refrigerator hums its familiar tune, I sometimes hear it, that muted thud from upstairs, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. And when I investigate, I find nothing out of place, just shadows and silence and the lingering scent of lemon polish in the air. The pebbles in my evidence drawer seem to whisper secrets I'll never understand, fragments of a truth that crumbles even as I try to grasp it. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps some stories are meant to exist in the spaces between certainty and doubt, in the quiet moments when we realize how little we truly know about the world around us. The young family still lives in the house, as far as I know. I don't drive by anymore, afraid of what I might see scattered on their walkway. Some knowledge is too heavy to bear, some questions too dangerous to ask. But the case stays with me, a splinter lodged deep in memory. And sometimes, in the early morning hours when light filters through lace curtains and dust motes dance in golden beams, I feel it still. That sensation of something vital left undone, something poised forever on the edge of unraveling. Story 3. My gaze was fixed on the mirror across the dim room. It hung slightly askew, but it wasn't the tilt that held my attention. There was an odd shimmer, a glint that came and went just at the very edge. The room was soundless, save for the gentle tick of the mantel clock, but its rhythm seemed strangely slow today. I remained still, watching, waiting for that glint to reveal more, to morph into something my mind could grasp, but it remained elusive, ever on the border of perception. Then, almost imperceptibly, the frame of the mirror shifted, as if catching a breeze that shouldn't exist. That was it, the absence of wind, and yet the mirror moved. I knew exactly what had happened in this house. The facts were simple, laid out like pieces of a puzzle that fit together perfectly, a break-in gone wrong. The homeowner surprised the intruder, a struggle ensued, and someone ended up dead. The police had closed the case quickly, satisfied with the evidence they'd gathered. Blood on the windowsill where the intruder entered, fingerprints on the overturned lamp, a wallet missing from the victim's pocket, open and shut. I'd been hired by the insurance company to verify the claim, a routine investigation that should have taken a few days at most. The house stood empty now, waiting for the estate to be settled. Everything pointed to a random crime, the kind that happens when desperation meets opportunity. The victim had been alone that night, no witnesses, no complications, just bad luck and worse timing. The mirror caught my attention because it seemed like the only thing in the room that hadn't been disturbed during the struggle. While furniture lay overturned and papers scattered across the hardwood floor, this antique piece hung undisturbed on the far wall. Its silver surface reflected the afternoon light streaming through the partially closed blinds, creating that strange shimmer I'd noticed. I walked closer, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The house felt heavy with silence, the kind that settles into a place after violence has visited. The air carried a faint metallic scent, probably from the cleaning supplies the restoration crew had used. They'd done their job well, removing all traces of what had happened here, but somehow the atmosphere remained thick with memory. The mirror's frame was ornate, carved wood painted in gold leaf that had begun to flake with age. It looked like the kind of piece that had been in the family for generations, too valuable to sell but too large for most modern homes. I wondered why the intruder hadn't taken it. Antique mirrors like this one could fetch a decent price at the right shop. That thought should have been my first warning that something wasn't quite right. I pulled out my notepad and began documenting the scene, just as I'd done hundreds of times before. The living room showed clear signs of a struggle. A coffee table had been pushed aside, its surface scratched where it had scraped against the wall. Books lay scattered near an overturned reading chair. A ceramic vase had shattered against the fireplace hearth, its pieces swept into a neat pile by the cleaning crew, but still visible in the grout lines between the bricks. But as I wrote, I found myself glancing back at the mirror. Something about it nagged at me, a detail that didn't fit the narrative I'd constructed. The way it hung there, perfectly straight except for that slight tilt to the left. the way the light seemed to bend around its edges, creating shadows that shifted when I moved. I approached the wall where it hung and noticed something I'd missed before: 4 small holes in the plaster, as if the mirror had been removed and rehung recently. The holes were filled with fresh spackle, painted over but still visible if you knew where to look. Why would someone take down a mirror and then put it back up? The police report mentioned that the homeowner had been found in this room, near the window where the intruder had allegedly entered. But standing here now, looking at the scene with fresh eyes, I began to notice inconsistencies. The blood spatter pattern on the wall didn't quite match what I'd expect from a struggle near the window. It was too high, too concentrated in one area, and the overturned furniture seemed almost staged, arranged to suggest chaos rather than created by it. I walked to the window and examined the supposed entry point. The glass had been broken from the outside, just as the report stated. Fragments lay scattered on the carpet beneath, and the lock showed signs of forced entry, but something felt wrong about the scene. The glass fragments were too evenly distributed, too clean. When someone breaks a window to gain entry, they usually clear away enough glass to climb through safely. Here, the shards lay in a perfect semicircle, as if they'd been swept into position. The mirror seemed to watch me as I worked, its surface reflecting my movements in distorted angles. I found myself checking it frequently, drawn by that persistent shimmer at its edge. The light in the room was fading as afternoon turned to evening, but the mirror seemed to hold its own illumination, casting back more light than it received. I decided to examine it more closely. As I approached, I noticed that the shimmer wasn't coming from the mirror's surface at all, but from something behind it. The mirror wasn't flush against the wall, but hung slightly forward, creating a narrow gap. And in that gap, something metallic caught and reflected the light. My hands trembled slightly as I carefully lifted the mirror away from the wall. It was heavier than I'd expected, requiring both hands to manage safely. Behind it, taped to the back of the frame, was a small digital recording device, the kind used for dictation or interviews. Its red LED light blinked steadily, indicating it was still recording. The certainty I'd felt about this case began to crumble like the flaking gold leaf on the mirror's frame. If there was a recording device hidden here, it meant someone had planned for this moment. Someone had known that this room would be searched, investigated, documented. Someone had wanted to capture what happened here. I stared at the device for a long moment, afraid to touch it. The police had missed this completely, focused as they were on the obvious evidence of the break-in. But now I had to wonder what else they'd missed. What else had been hidden in plain sight, disguised by the very obviousness of the crime scene. The house suddenly felt different around me. The silence that had seemed peaceful now felt oppressive, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more purposeful. Even the tick of the mantel clock sounded different, more urgent, as if time itself had shifted into a higher gear. I carefully removed the recording device from its hiding place. It was warm to the touch, its battery still strong after all this time. A small digital display showed that it contained several hours of audio. The timestamp indicated it had been recording for days before the incident, and it was still recording now. My finger hovered over the play button, but I hesitated. Once I heard what was on this device, there would be no going back to the simple narrative I'd constructed. The break-in, the struggle, the tragic death of an innocent homeowner, all of it might prove to be something else entirely, something more complex and disturbing than I was prepared to handle. The mirror leaned against the wall where I'd placed it, its surface now reflecting the room from a new angle. In its depths, I could see the scattered furniture, the stained carpet, the boarded-up window. But I could also see myself, standing in the center of it all, holding a piece of evidence that might change everything. I thought about the homeowner, the victim whose death had brought me here. I'd never met them, knew them only through police reports and insurance documents. A quiet person who lived alone, worked from home, kept to themselves. No enemies, no debts, no obvious reason for anyone to wish them harm. The perfect victim for a random crime. But what if it hadn't been random? What if the break-in was staged, the evidence planted, the scene carefully constructed to hide a more sinister truth? The recording device suggested premeditation, planning, a level of sophistication that didn't match the crude break-in scenario. I pressed play. The first sound was breathing, slow and steady as if someone was sleeping. Then footsteps, soft but distinct, moving through the house. A door opening and closing, the whisper of fabric against fabric. Someone was moving through the house in the darkness, but the sounds were too careful, too controlled to belong to an intruder. Then voices too low to make out the words, but clearly a conversation between two people. One voice I recognized from the police interviews, the homeowner speaking to investigators. But the other voice was unfamiliar, younger perhaps, with an accent I couldn't place. They seemed to know each other well, their conversation casual and intimate. As I listened, the timeline I'd constructed began to fall apart. The recording suggested that someone else had been in the house regularly, someone who knew the victim well enough to move freely through their space. Someone who might have had access to keys, alarm codes, personal information. The conversation grew more heated, though I still couldn't make out specific words. There was tension between them, an argument building towards something. Then silence, followed by the sound of glass breaking. But it was wrong, all wrong. The glass broke after the argument, not before. And the sound came from inside the house, not from someone breaking in. I stopped the recording and stared at the device in my hands. The break-in hadn't been the beginning of the crime, it had been the end. Someone had staged the scene after the fact, creating evidence of an intruder to cover up what had really happened. The missing wallet, the forced lock, the scattered glass, all of it designed to support a lie. But who was the second voice on the recording? And why had they gone to such elaborate lengths to hide their involvement? I thought about the fresh spackle behind the mirror, the careful placement of the recording device. Someone had returned to the scene after the police investigation, hiding evidence in plain sight. The room around me seemed to shift and breathe, as if the house itself was reacting to my discovery. Shadows moved in ways that didn't match the fading light outside. The clock's ticking grew irregular, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as if time itself was becoming unreliable. I realized that I might not be alone in the house. The recording device had been placed recently, which meant someone had been here after the police sealed the scene. Someone with access, someone who knew the investigation was ongoing. Someone who might still be watching, waiting to see what I would discover. The mirror reflected my growing unease, showing me a distorted version of myself that seemed to belong to someone else entirely. My face looked pale and uncertain, my eyes wide with the kind of fear that comes from realizing you've stumbled into something much larger than you'd bargained for. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd found a recording device hidden behind a mirror, that the crime scene they'd processed might have been staged. They'd completed their investigation, filed their reports, closed the case. They wouldn't welcome news that their work had been flawed. And there was something else, something that made my stomach clench with dread. As I'd listened to the recording, I'd begun to recognize something familiar in that second voice. Not the words, which remained unclear, but the rhythm, the inflection, the way certain syllables were emphasized. It sounded like me. Not exactly like me, but close enough to make me question my own memory. Had I been in this house before? Had I met the victim prior to taking this case? My memories of the past few weeks felt suddenly uncertain, as if someone had rearranged them while I wasn't looking. I tried to remember how I'd gotten this assignment. The insurance company had called, that much I was sure of, but the details were fuzzy, the conversation vague in my memory. They'd said it was routine, straightforward, the kind of case I'd handled dozens of times. But now I wondered if there had been more to it, some reason they'd chosen me specifically for this investigation. The recording device felt heavy in my hands, weighted with implications I didn't want to consider. If that voice belonged to me, or someone who sounded like me, then I wasn't just investigating this crime, I was somehow involved in it. But how, and why couldn't I remember? I thought about my recent cases, trying to trace back through the weeks leading up to this assignment. There had been other insurance investigations, other empty houses, other crime scenes. The work blended together after a while, one case flowing into another until they became indistinguishable. But this house, this room, this mirror, they all felt familiar in a way that went beyond professional experience. The light outside had faded to deep purple, and the house had grown cold around me. I could hear the heating system cycling on and off, the old pipes creaking as they expanded and contracted. Normal sounds, but they seemed amplified in the silence, loaded with meaning I couldn't decipher. I walked back to the mirror and studied my reflection. The face looking back at me seemed like that of a stranger, someone I might have known once but could no longer recognize. My features looked different in the antique glass, older perhaps, or marked by experiences I couldn't recall. Behind my reflection, I could see the room where someone had died, where evidence had been planted, where truth had been carefully buried beneath layers of deception. And somewhere in that tangle of lies and misdirection, I was somehow involved. The recording device continued to blink its steady red light, capturing every sound, every breath, every moment of my growing realization that nothing was as it seemed, including myself. I pressed play again, fast-forwarding through the conversation to the moment when everything changed. The argument grew louder, more distinct, and for a brief moment I could make out actual words. The victim was pleading, asking someone to leave, to stop, to think about what they were doing. And then the other voice, my voice, cold and determined, "You should have thought of that before." The recording captured what happened next, sounds that I recognized but couldn't accept. The struggle was brief, almost gentle, nothing like the violent scene the staged evidence suggested. Then silence, followed by the methodical sounds of someone rearranging the crime scene, breaking glass, overturning furniture, creating the illusion of a break-in gone wrong. I stood in that dim room, holding proof of my own guilt, and felt the last of my certainty slip away. The mirror watched me with silver eyes, reflecting a truth I could no longer deny but couldn't fully remember. Somewhere in the darkness of my own mind, the door had been locked, hiding memories that might explain everything or nothing at all. The house settled around me with a sound like a sigh, and I wondered if I would ever find my way out of the maze I'd built for myself. Or if I was meant to remain here forever, trapped between truth and deception, guilt and innocence, memory and forgetting. The recording device blinked on, patient and relentless, waiting to capture whatever came next. Story 4. The apartment entry was found unsecured at 21:15 hours. Entry showed no signs of forced manipulation. Lock mechanisms remained undamaged and intact. Contents appeared undisturbed, furniture aligned as per usual, appliances inactive and electronics in standby mode. A solitary shoe was positioned against the baseboard, seemingly detached from its pair. Kitchen counter surfaces were clean, save for a solitary crumb by the sink. The refrigeration unit registered a stable temperature, indicating normal operation throughout the day. A notebook was partially slid under the sofa, unopened. No signs of a struggle were present within the confined quarters. Closing the exit door required a soft lift to align the deadbolt. No supplementary keys were issued to residents. Yet, traces of recent occupancy persisted. I stood in the doorway, breathing in the stale air that carried something else beneath it. Something I couldn't name but recognized in the way you recognize a face in a crowd before you remember where you've seen it before. The apartment felt like a photograph taken just after someone stepped out of frame. The shoe bothered me most, a brown leather Oxford worn at the heel, positioned with its toe pointing toward the kitchen. I found myself staring at it, wondering who removes only one shoe and leaves it there, perfectly parallel to the wall. The other shoe was nowhere I could see from where I stood. I entered slowly, my footsteps muffled by carpet that showed vacuum marks in neat parallel lines. Someone had cleaned recently. The smell grew stronger as I moved deeper into the space, not unpleasant, but wrong somehow, like cologne applied to hide something else. The crumb by the sink was darker than I'd expected. Not bread, maybe a cookie or cracker. I leaned closer without touching it, noting how it sat in a small indentation in the counter surface, as if it had been there long enough to settle into place. But the rest of the kitchen gleamed with the kind of cleanliness that takes effort. I pulled on latex gloves and opened the refrigerator. Milk, eggs, leftover takeout containers arranged with military precision. Everything faced forward, labels aligned. The kind of organization that speaks to either obsessive habits or recent attention. The milk was still cold, dated for consumption well into the following week. The notebook under the sofa caught my attention because of how deliberately hidden it appeared. Not dropped or forgotten, but placed with just enough visibility to be found by someone looking. I crouched down and pulled it free without opening it immediately. The cover was unmarked, spiral-bound, the kind you might buy at any convenience store. As I stood holding the notebook, I noticed something else. The silence wasn't complete. A soft humming came from somewhere in the apartment, barely audible but constant. I followed the sound to a bedroom where an electric clock displayed the wrong time, running several minutes fast. The humming came from its internal mechanism, a defect that would drive most people to replace it or unplug it entirely. Yet someone had lived with that sound. The bedroom held more contradictions. The bed was made with hospital corners, sheets pulled tight enough to bounce a coin. But the pillowcase on the left side showed the impression of a head, and when I leaned down, I caught that same unnameable scent more strongly. Not cologne after all, something organic, human, but filtered through time and air circulation. A dresser stood against the far wall, its surface clear except for a small dish containing loose change and a single key. The key was brass, older than the apartment's modern locks, and it felt warm when I picked it up despite the cool temperature of the room. I opened the notebook. The first several pages were blank, but impressions from writing on removed pages created faint indentations in the paper. I held it up to the light from the window and could make out fragments, letters, parts of words, but nothing complete enough to read. Someone had been careful about what they left behind. Toward the middle of the notebook, I found writing, not sentences or paragraphs, but lists. Numbers mostly, arranged in columns with occasional letters beside them. The handwriting was precise, controlled, the kind that comes from practice or deliberate effort to disguise natural style. One page showed a floor plan sketch, not of this apartment, but something smaller, more confined. rooms labeled with single letters, a basement, maybe, or storage area. At the bottom of the page, someone had written Tuesday and Thursday with lines drawn between them and specific room labels. I photographed each page before continuing through the apartment. The bathroom revealed more careful cleaning. The shower walls were spotless, but the drain caught my attention. Hair longer than what I'd expect from the masculine clothing I'd seen in the bedroom closet. Dark hair, several strands tangled around the drain cover. I collected samples, noting their length and texture. The medicine cabinet contained ordinary items arranged with the same precision I'd seen in the kitchen. Toothpaste, razor, aspirin. But behind the aspirin bottle, pushed to the back corner, sat a small amber vial with no label. Inside, 3 white pills rattled when I shook it gently. I was photographing the vial when I heard something that made me freeze. A key turning in the front door lock. The same soft scraping sound I'd made when entering, followed by the characteristic lift and push needed to engage the deadbolt properly. Footsteps crossed the living room, purposeful and familiar with the layout. I remained motionless in the bathroom, door partially closed, watching through the gap as a figure moved past in the hallway. The person went directly to the kitchen. I heard the refrigerator open, close, then the sound of running water. Normal sounds, domestic sounds, but they felt wrong in this space I had been treating as a crime scene. I waited, controlling my breathing, until the footsteps moved toward the bedroom. Then I heard something that changed everything. Humming the same tune over and over, matching the rhythm of the defective clock. Someone was humming along with a sound that should have been annoying, irritating, unbearable to live with. But this person knew it intimately, had memorized its pattern. The humming stopped abruptly. "I know you're here," a voice called out, not threatening, not angry, almost conversational. The bathroom light was on. I stepped out slowly, hands visible, and found myself facing someone who looked entirely ordinary. Medium height, unremarkable features, clothing that could have belonged to anyone. But their eyes held a quality I'd learned to recognize in my work, the particular alertness of someone accustomed to watching and being watched. "You found the notebook," they said, noticing it in my hand. I nodded, studying their face for tells, for reactions that might reveal more than their words. "It's not what you think it is," they continued, moving to sit on the edge of the bed. The movement was casual, but their position gave them a clear view of both me and the door, though I suppose that depends on what you think it is. "Why don't you tell me what it is?" They smiled, and for the first time I saw something genuine in their expression. Not happiness, but recognition of something shared between us. "It's a record," they said, "of visits, times, dates, observations, but not the kind of record you're looking for." "What kind, then?" "The kind someone keeps when they're trying to understand something that doesn't make sense. When they're trying to figure out if they're losing their mind or if someone else is." I remained standing, notebook still in my hand, aware that this conversation could go in directions I wasn't prepared for. "The apartment was unsecured," I said, "no signs of forced entry." "Because there wasn't any." They reached into their pocket slowly, producing a key identical to the brass one I'd found on the dresser. "I have permission to be here," had permission. "From whom?" "Someone who isn't here anymore." The ambiguity felt deliberate, designed to reveal and conceal simultaneously. I found myself wondering if this person was a victim, a perpetrator, or something more complicated than either category allowed. "The shoe," I said, "by the baseboard." Their expression shifted slightly, and I caught something that might have been pain. They always took their shoes off at the door. Always, but that last time they only took off one. I asked them about it, and they said they were planning to leave again soon, didn't want to get too comfortable. But they didn't leave. No, they didn't leave. I opened the notebook to the page with the floor plan sketch. What is this? They looked at the drawing for a long moment before answering. Somewhere they went sometimes, somewhere they said they felt safe. I tried to find it, tried to understand why they needed another place when this one was supposed to be enough. Did you find it? I found something, not what I was looking for. The conversation felt like walking through fog, each answer creating new questions, each revelation obscuring as much as it illuminated. I realized I was no longer certain who I was investigating or what crime might have been committed. "The pills in the bathroom," I said. For sleeping, they had trouble sleeping here. Said the building made sounds at night, sounds that kept them awake. I never heard the sounds they described. I thought about the humming clock, the sound this person had learned to live with, even harmonize with. What sounds had the other person heard that were unbearable enough to require medication? "When did you last see them?" "That depends on what you mean by see." They stood up, moving to the window that looked out on the building's courtyard. I saw them every day for weeks, but looking back, I'm not sure they saw me. Not really. They were looking through me, past me, at something I couldn't see. I joined them at the window. The courtyard was empty except for maintenance equipment and a few scattered pieces of outdoor furniture. Nothing that seemed significant, but I found myself studying the sight lines, wondering what someone might have been watching for. They left things, the person continued. Little things, a cup moved from one counter to another, books opened to different pages than where I'd left them. At first I thought they were messages, ways of communicating something they couldn't say directly. "What did you think they were trying to communicate?" "That they were afraid, that something was wrong, that they needed help but didn't know how to ask for it." I turned away from the window to study their profile. The afternoon light revealed details I'd missed before: shadows under their eyes, a slight tremor in their hands, the kind of exhaustion that comes from sustained stress rather than simple lack of sleep. "The notebook was your way of documenting the messages." "The notebook was my way of trying to prove I wasn't imagining things, that the changes were real, that someone was actually making them." "And were they real?" "I thought so for a while. I was certain, but then I started finding my own handwriting in places I didn't remember writing, my own fingerprints on things I didn't remember touching, and I began to wonder if the person I was trying to help was actually me." The admission hung in the air between us, changing the entire context of everything I'd observed. I looked around the apartment again, seeing it now as a space where someone had been conducting a careful experiment in reality, documenting evidence of their own presence to confirm their own existence. "The shoe," I said slowly. "Whose shoe is it?" "I don't know anymore. I thought it was theirs, but when I looked for the match, I found it in my own closet. Same size, same wear pattern, same scuff on the heel that I remember getting when I caught it on a subway grate." I felt something shift in my understanding, a realization that the crime I'd been investigating might be more complex than missing persons or foul play. Sometimes people disappear from their own lives in ways that leave physical traces, but no clear explanations. "The key you showed me," I said. "Where does it go?" "I've tried it in every lock I can find. Doors, storage units, safety deposit boxes. It doesn't fit anything I can locate, but I keep carrying it because it feels important, like evidence of something I'm supposed to remember." I handed them the notebook, "The floor plan in here. Do you recognize the layout?" They flipped to the page and studied the sketch. "It looks familiar, but I can't place it, like a room I've seen in a dream or a place I visited when I was very young. The proportions feel wrong for anywhere I've actually been, but the arrangement of the spaces seems significant." We stood in the apartment as the light outside began to fade, two people surrounded by evidence of a mystery that neither of us fully understood. I realized that my role here wasn't to solve a crime in any conventional sense, but to witness something that defied conventional categories. "What happens now?" they asked. "I don't know," I said and meant it. "My report will document what I found, but I'm not sure what conclusions anyone will draw from it." "Will you mention me that I was here?" I considered the question. "Do you want me to?" "I want someone to know that I existed, that I was real enough to leave traces, to affect things outside my own mind. But I also want to disappear completely, to stop being the kind of person who needs to document their own reality to believe in it." I understood the contradiction, the desire to be seen and the desire to be invisible, to matter and to escape from mattering, to leave evidence and to leave no trace. "The apartment," I said. "Will you keep coming here?" "I don't think so. Being here now, talking to you, it feels like an ending. Like I've been waiting for someone else to see what I've been seeing, and now that you have, I can stop looking." They moved toward the door, pausing to look back at the space one final time. "If you figure out what really happened here," they said, "I'm not sure I want to know." I watched them leave, noting that they locked the door behind them with practiced efficiency, lifting and pushing in the exact sequence required to engage the deadbolt. The sound of their footsteps faded down the hallway, leaving me alone in an apartment that felt simultaneously empty and occupied. I completed my documentation, photographing the remaining rooms, collecting the few physical samples that might yield useful information. But I knew that the real evidence wasn't something that could be analyzed in a laboratory or presented in a courtroom. The real evidence was the conversation itself, the admission that reality sometimes becomes so uncertain that people begin investigating their own lives like crime scenes, looking for proof of their own existence in the traces they leave behind. As I prepared to leave, I noticed that the shoe by the baseboard had been moved. Not far, just rotated so that it pointed toward the door instead of the kitchen. A small change, but deliberate. I looked around for other alterations, other signs that my presence had been noted and responded to, but found nothing else obviously different. Just that single shoe, repositioned in a way that suggested either a farewell or an invitation to return. I locked the door behind me, lifting and pushing to engage the deadbolt, adding my own movements to the sequence of entries and exits that had shaped this space. Walking away, I carried with me questions that I knew would never be fully answered, and the understanding that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The case file would list the apartment as secure, the investigation as inconclusive, the evidence as insufficient to determine whether any crime had occurred. but I would remember the conversation, the notebook, the person who had learned to hum along with a broken clock, and the possibility that sometimes the most important disappearances are the ones where people vanish from their own understanding of who they are. Story 5. The surveillance system recorded no anomalies during the initial review period. Entry logs were consistent with previous patterns, with no deviations in access times or frequencies. The kitchen counter featured a single unwashed dish, which was expected given the prior inventory assessment. Ambient noise levels registered within acceptable thresholds, except for a periodic low-frequency hum, undetectable by human ear, originating from an unidentified source. All window locks were engaged, double-checked against last week's settings. The air conditioning unit indicated recent activation prior to the scheduled maintenance check. However, the thermal imaging captured an unexpected heat signature in a vacated room. That's what the report said. I've read it so many times the words blurred together like water on glass. But there's something wrong with it, something that makes my chest tight when I try to remember why I was there in the first place. The hum, I keep coming back to the hum. I remember standing in that kitchen, staring at the dish, a white ceramic bowl with a thin blue rim. There was something dried at the bottom, maybe cereal, maybe soup. The spoon lay beside it, silver catching the overhead light, my reflection warped in its surface. But who was I there with? The memory fractures before I can grasp it. The house felt wrong from the beginning, too clean in some places, too lived in others, like someone had tried to erase certain traces while leaving others deliberately visible. The living room had that artificial tidiness of a staged photograph, but the bathroom towels were damp, hanging crooked on their hooks. I was looking for something, or someone was looking for something through me. The thermal signature bothers me most. Room 2B on the floor plan, the one with the window facing the courtyard. Empty for weeks, according to the logs, but the cameras showed heat patterns consistent with recent occupation. A body-shaped warmth lingering in the air like a ghost. When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. A figure moving through that space, careful and deliberate. But every time I try to focus on the details, the image dissolves. There was a conversation. Fragments float back to me in pieces. You need to understand what you're really documenting here. The equipment doesn't lie. Equipment can be programmed to see what we want it to see. But who was speaking? The voices feel familiar and foreign at the same time, like hearing your own words played back on a recording. The periodic hum started on the third visit, low and rhythmic, almost like breathing. The report claimed it was undetectable by human ear, but I heard it. I felt it in my bones, that steady pulse that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I remember checking the basement. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my descent into something I wasn't prepared for. The air grew thicker, carrying a smell I couldn't identify, sweet but wrong, like flowers left too long in water. The maintenance logs showed regular visits, weekly inspections, system updates, calibrations, but there were gaps. Inconsistencies that made me question whether the schedule had been altered or if my memory was playing tricks on me. Room 2B, I keep returning to that heat signature. I have a photograph somewhere taken during one of the inspections. The room appears empty, afternoon sunlight streaming through gauze curtains, but there's a depression in the carpet near the window, a subtle indication that something heavy had rested there recently. The camera captured what the eye might have missed. Or maybe I'm seeing patterns where none exist. Maybe the mind creates mysteries to fill the spaces where memory fails. The single dish haunts me. Someone had eaten from it, left it unwashed, abandoned it on the counter like a calling card. But the consumption patterns in the building showed no recent activity in that unit. The refrigerator was empty, the cabinets bare except for a few forgotten condiments. I remember opening those cabinet doors, searching for clues that would make sense of the contradiction. Behind the old bottles and expired packages, something caught my eye. A piece of paper, folded small and wedged into the corner where two shelves met. What did it say? The harder I try to remember, the more elusive it becomes. The air conditioning unit cycled on while I was there. The sudden rush of cool air carried that same sweet smell from the basement, stronger now, more insistent. I followed the scent through the hallway, past the empty rooms with their locked doors and covered furniture. The thermal imaging equipment registered my movement, tracking my body heat as I moved through the space. Later, reviewing the footage, I would see my own figure navigating those corridors like a sleepwalker, pausing at certain doors, lingering in certain corners. But there were other heat signatures too, fainter ones, older ones, layered beneath my own path like palimpsest writing. Someone had been there before me. Someone had walked those same halls, stood in those same rooms, left traces that the equipment faithfully recorded. The building has a history, a voice says in my memory. You can't separate what happened from what's happening now. The maintenance check revealed nothing unusual in the mechanical systems. Filters clean, ducts clear, temperature controls functioning within normal parameters. But the periodic hum persisted, that low-frequency pulse that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere at once. I started timing it, 15 seconds of silence, then 3 seconds of that barely audible vibration. Consistent as a heartbeat, regular as breathing. Room 2B called to me again. I stood in the doorway, studying that carpet depression, trying to imagine what had created it. A chair, a bed, something else entirely. The window faced west, catching the late afternoon light. Through the glass, I could see the courtyard below, empty except for a few scattered leaves and the geometric shadows of the surrounding buildings. But in the reflection, superimposed over the view outside, I caught a glimpse of something behind me. A shape that shouldn't have been there, a presence that registered only in the glass's surface. When I turned around, the room was empty. The unwashed dish began to obsess me. I found myself returning to the kitchen, staring at that white bowl with its blue rim, trying to decode its significance. The dried residue at the bottom had a pattern to it, like someone had stirred the contents in a specific way before abandoning it. I took photographs from every angle, close-ups of the bowl, wide shots of the counter, detail images of the spoon with its warped reflections. The camera captured things my eyes missed, subtle textures and color variations that only became apparent under scrutiny. But photographs lie too. They show you what was there, not what it meant. The basement drew me back repeatedly. That sweet smell grew stronger with each visit, more complex, more disturbing. I began to associate it with the periodic hum, as if they were connected phenomena, two aspects of the same hidden mechanism. The building's history was classified, locked away in files I couldn't access, but fragments leaked through in casual conversations, oblique references, carefully worded warnings. Some places hold on to things, someone told me. The equipment picks up more than just current activity. The thermal imaging revealed layers of occupation stretching back through time. Heat signatures that had cooled but never fully dissipated, ghostly impressions of lives lived and abandoned in those spaces. I started mapping the patterns, looking for connections between the various anomalies. The periodic hum coincided with certain thermal readings. The sweet smell intensified near areas of historical activity. The unwashed dish sat at the center of it all, a focal point around which everything else revolved. Room 2B became my obsession. I would stand in that doorway for extended periods, waiting for something to reveal itself. The carpet depression seemed to shift slightly between visits, as if whatever had created it was slowly moving, adjusting its position in response to my scrutiny. The maintenance logs showed my increasing frequency of visits. What had started as routine inspections became daily pilgrimages, then multiple visits per day. The pattern was obvious in retrospect, the gradual escalation of an unhealthy fixation. But I wasn't the only one. Other signatures appeared in the logs, other investigators drawn to the same anomalies, asking the same questions, following the same obsessive patterns. We were all looking for something we couldn't name, pursuing answers that retreated with each attempt to grasp them. The periodic hum became a soundtrack to my investigations. I would time my movements to its rhythm, pause during the silent intervals, resume activity when the vibration returned. 15 seconds off, 3 seconds on, like a code waiting to be deciphered. The building was teaching me its language, and I was learning to speak in frequencies below the threshold of conscious hearing. The unwashed dish disappeared between one visit and the next. The kitchen counter stood empty, wiped clean, no trace of the white bowl or its silver spoon. But the absence was more disturbing than the presence had been, a void that demanded explanation. I searched the cabinets, the dishwasher, the garbage disposal. No sign of the missing dish, no indication of where it had gone or who had removed it. The cleaning logs showed no scheduled service, no authorized personnel with access to the unit. Yet someone had been there. Someone had seen what I was seeing, understood what I was pursuing, and decided to eliminate the evidence. The thermal imaging from that period showed my frantic search patterns, my body heat signature moving erratically through the kitchen space, pausing at each possible hiding place, lingering over empty surfaces that had once held meaning. But there were other signatures too, cooler ones, more controlled. Someone else had been there, moving with purpose while I flailed in confusion. Room 2 beheld new secrets. The carpet depression had changed, become more defined, as if whatever had created it was asserting its presence more boldly. The afternoon light streaming through the window illuminated dust motes that danced in patterns too regular to be random. I began to understand that I was not investigating the building so much as the building was investigating me. Each visit revealed more about my own patterns, my own obsessions, my own capacity for self-deception. The surveillance system that had initially recorded no anomalies was now documenting my gradual dissolution, my transformation from observer to subject, from investigator to evidence. The periodic hum continues even now, 15 seconds of silence followed by 3 seconds of that low-frequency pulse. I hear it in quiet moments, feel it in my chest, recognize it as the rhythm of my own complicity in whatever truth I was meant to uncover. The sweet smell from the basement clings to my clothes, follows me home. reminds me that some investigations change the investigator more than they reveal the investigated. I still have the photographs, the thermal readings, the maintenance logs, but they tell a different story now, one in which I am both detective and perpetrator, both seeker and sought. The building keeps its secrets, and I have become one of them. That periodic hum, undetectable by human ear, originating from an unidentified source. I know now that the source was never unidentified. It was just unacknowledged, a truth too uncomfortable to document in official reports. The thermal imaging captured an unexpected heat signature in a vacated room, but the room was never truly vacant. It was waiting, patient and persistent, for someone like me to complete the pattern. Story 6. I stood motionless, staring at the wooden planks beneath my feet. They creaked ever so slightly, yet each sound felt deliberate, as if the house itself was alive, communicating in hushed tones. I listened to the rhythm of the rain tapping against the window, a soothing lullaby disrupted only by the sporadic crackle of the walls, like lungs releasing a long-held breath. The room was dim, edges softening into shadows that clung to the corners. My eyes lingered on a lamp teetering on the edge of the desk. It quivered, yet didn't fall. And then, in an instant, the floorboard stopped, whispering a silence too sudden, its absence deafening. The lamp reminds me of another lamp, or perhaps the same one in a different room on a different day. The brass base was tarnished then too, wasn't it? Or am I confusing it with the one from the photograph? There was a photograph. I remember holding it between my fingers, the edges worn soft from handling. The woman in the image stood beside a window, her face turned slightly away from the camera. She wore a cardigan that might have been blue or gray. The black and white made it impossible to tell. But I remember thinking she looked tired, the kind of tired that settles into your bones and changes the way you carry yourself. She had been missing for 6 days when I first saw that photograph. Or was it 7? The detective, his face is a blur now. All sharp angles and coffee breath spread the files across the table like he was dealing cards. Each document a potential hand, each witness statement a gamble against the truth. She left the house around 9 in the evening, he said, or someone said. The voice comes back to me in fragments, disembodied. Her neighbor saw her walking toward the bus stop. But which neighbor? There were 3 interviews in the file, 3 different versions of 9 o'clock. One swore she carried a suitcase. Another insisted her hands were empty. The third claimed she never saw her at all that night, only heard a door closing. Doors close differently when someone doesn't plan to come back. I learned this from watching my sister leave home. The way she pulled it shut behind her, not quite a slam, but firmer than necessary, definitive, like punctuation at the end of a sentence she'd been writing her whole life. But this isn't about my sister. Or is it? The rain against the window shifts rhythm, becomes more insistent. I press my palm against the glass and feel the cold seep through. The condensation forms around my fingers, creating temporary maps of nowhere. I used to do this as a child, drawing faces in the fog my breath made on winter windows. The faces would fade as quickly as they appeared, leaving only streaks. The missing woman's name was in the file, but names have a way of slipping away from me now. They feel too solid, too final for something this uncertain. She becomes everyone and no one. The woman at the grocery store who counts her change twice. The figure I glimpse from the corner of my eye, always just out of focus. Her husband gave a statement. She'd been acting strange lately, distant, like she was listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. I underlined that phrase in my notes, or I think I did. The notebook sits on the desk beside the trembling lamp, its pages filled with my handwriting that grows increasingly illegible as the entries progress, like watching someone lose their grip in real time. What does strange look like from the inside? I remember sitting across from him in a diner with fluorescent lights that hummed too loudly. He stirred sugar into his coffee long after it had dissolved, the spoon making tiny circles against the ceramic. His wedding ring clicked against the cup with each rotation. She started leaving the radio on when she went to bed, he said the silence was too loud. I understood that silence has weight. It presses against your eardrums and makes you aware of your heartbeat, your breathing, the small sounds your body makes just by being alive. Some people need to drown it out, but others find comfort in it. The house settles around me now, wood expanding and contracting with the temperature changes. Each sound has meaning, or I assign meaning to it. The difference becomes less clear with time. There was a letter, found 3 weeks after she disappeared, tucked inside a book on her nightstand. The book was about gardening, which struck everyone as odd because she'd never shown interest in plants. Her husband said she killed every houseplant she'd ever owned. The letter was addressed to no one, or to everyone. The handwriting matched hers, but the words felt foreign, like someone translating thoughts from a language that doesn't quite exist. The spaces between things are getting smaller, it read. I can feel them pressing in. Soon there won't be room for me anymore. I copied those words into my notebook, traced over them until the pen tore through the paper. The detective thought it was evidence of mental disturbance, a breakdown preceding a voluntary disappearance. But what if she was just seeing clearly for the first time? The lamp stops quivering. I notice this the way you notice when a headache finally stops, not the moment it happens, but the relief of its absence. The sudden stillness feels wrong, like holding your breath underwater, everything too quiet, too controlled. My phone buzzes against the desk, a text from someone whose contact name I've forgotten to update. Just a number now, 7 digits that used to mean something more. Any updates on the case? Case, as if it were something that could be opened and closed, filed away in a drawer marked solved or unsolved, as if people were puzzles with all their pieces accounted for. I don't respond. Instead, I open the notebook again, flip through pages of observations that contradict each other. On page 12, I wrote that her car was found at the train station. On page 18, I noted it was discovered in a parking garage downtown. Both can't be true, yet I remember writing both with certainty. Memory is unreliable. This is something they tell you in journalism school, in police training, in therapy. Witnesses see what they expect to see, remember what fits their understanding of how things should be. But what happens when you stop expecting anything at all? The rain intensifies, drumming against the roof like fingers tapping an impatient rhythm. I close my eyes and let the sound wash over me. Behind my eyelids, I see her again, the woman from the photograph, standing by a different window in a room I've never visited. She's looking at something outside, something I can't see from this angle. Her posture suggests waiting, but not the anxious kind. More like someone who has made peace with uncertainty. She never mentioned wanting to leave. Her sister told me over coffee that had gone cold between us, but she never mentioned wanting to stay either. The sister's hands shook slightly as she lifted the cup. Grief or caffeine, impossible to tell. She wore the same cardigan I remembered from the photograph, or one very much like it. The color was definitely gray. People always ask if there were signs, she continued, as if disappearing is something you practice for, as if one day you wake up and decide to become a question mark. But maybe that's exactly what happens. Maybe some people reach a point where being unknown feels safer than being misunderstood, where the space between who you are and who others think you are becomes unbearable. I think about this as I watch my reflection in the dark window superimposed over the rain-streaked glass. My face looks unfamiliar, like someone I might have known once but can't quite place. The features are right, but the arrangement feels wrong. The notebook falls open to a page I don't remember writing. The handwriting looks like mine but slants differently, as if I were writing while walking or in a moving vehicle. Saw her today at the farmer's market. Same blue coat, same way of holding her purse against her hip, but when she turned around, it was someone else entirely. How many women are walking around wearing her face? Below that, in different ink, confirmed she never owned a blue coat. I stare at the words until they blur together. The contradiction doesn't surprise me anymore. Truth and memory have been having an argument in my head for months now, and I've stopped trying to referee. The lamp begins quivering again. Such a small movement, barely perceptible, but it draws my attention like a moth to flame. I reach out to steady it, and my fingers brush against something tucked beneath the base, a folded piece of paper, yellowed at the edges. I don't remember putting anything there. The paper unfolds reluctantly, as if it's been holding secrets for a long time. The writing is faded but legible, in handwriting that might be mine or might belong to someone else entirely. The woman at the bus stop wasn't waiting for a bus. She was waiting for permission to disappear. Below that, question: how do you investigate someone who might never have existed in the first place? My hands are shaking now, but I'm not sure why. The words feel familiar and foreign at the same time, like lyrics to a song I've been humming without knowing the title. I look around the room as if seeing it for the first time. The shadows have shifted while I wasn't paying attention, creating new shapes in the corners. The rain has softened to a whisper, and somewhere in the distance, a door closes. Not quite a slam, but firmer than necessary. The missing woman's husband called me last week, or last month. Time has become negotiable lately, measured in coffee cups and sleepless nights rather than calendar pages. I need to know, he said. His voice sounded smaller over the phone, compressed into digital fragments, even if it's not what I want to hear. But what if knowing is worse than wondering? What if the truth is that there is no truth, only versions of events that change depending on who's telling the story and how much they need it to make sense? I told him I was still investigating. The lie came easily, worn smooth by repetition. Because how do you explain that the deeper you dig, the more the ground shifts beneath your feet? That every answer leads to 3 new questions, and every witness statement contradicts the last? The lamp stops quivering again. This time I notice immediately, as if I've been waiting for it. The sudden stillness feels like the moment between lightning and thunder, when the whole world holds its breath. In that silence I hear something else. Footsteps on the floor above, slow and deliberate, but I live alone and the upstairs has been empty for months. Or has it? I try to remember when I last went up there, but the memory slips away like water through cupped hands. Maybe I've been avoiding the second floor without realizing it. Maybe there are parts of my own house I've been afraid to explore. The footsteps stop directly overhead. I count my heartbeats in the silence that follows. 1, 2, 3, each pulse loud enough to wake the dead if the dead were interested in waking. But this isn't about ghosts. Or is it? Maybe we're all haunted by the people we used to be, the choices we didn't make, the words we never said. Maybe disappearing isn't about going somewhere else, it's about finally admitting you were never really here to begin with. The notebook lies open beside me, pages fluttering slightly in a breeze I can't locate. The words I've written blur together into a pattern that almost makes sense, like looking at clouds and seeing faces that vanish the moment you try to focus on them. I close the book and stand up slowly, my joints protesting the movement. When did I get old? When did standing become an effort that requires planning? The woman in the photograph was 34 when she disappeared, young enough to start over, old enough to know better. But better than what? Better than walking away from a life that felt like wearing someone else's clothes. I move toward the window and press my forehead against the cool glass. The rain has stopped, leaving the world looking washed and temporary. Street lights reflect in puddles like fallen stars, and somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once and then falls silent. How many people disappear every day without anyone noticing? How many of us are already gone, just going through the motions of being present? The lamp begins to quiver again, and I realize I've been watching for it, waiting for the small tremor that means nothing and everything at the same time. It's become a heartbeat, a rhythm I've learned to depend on. But what happens when it stops for good? I think about the missing woman's letter again, the words about spaces getting smaller. Maybe she wasn't talking about physical space at all. Maybe she meant the space between who she was and who she was supposed to be. The gap between her inner life and the role she played for everyone else. That space can shrink until there's no room left to breathe. I know this because I've felt it too. The gradual compression of possibility, the slow squeeze of other people's expectations. Until one day you look in the mirror and see a stranger wearing your face, living your life, making decisions you don't remember agreeing to. The footsteps upstairs begin again, but softer now, like someone trying not to be heard, or someone who's learning to walk on unfamiliar ground. I should investigate. I should climb the stairs and open every door until I find the source of the sound. But investigation requires believing there's something to find, and I'm no longer sure that's true. Instead, I sit back down and open the notebook to a blank page. My hand moves across the paper without conscious direction, forming words I don't remember thinking. She didn't disappear, she just stopped pretending to be there. I stare at the sentence until it stops making sense, the way any word loses meaning if you repeat it enough times. The letters become shapes, the shapes become scratches, the scratches become nothing at all. The lamp gives one final quiver and goes still. In that stillness, I understand something I can't quite articulate, not an answer, but a recognition. Like seeing your own reflection in a stranger's eyes and realizing you've been looking for yourself in all the wrong places. The missing woman isn't missing anymore. She never was. She simply stopped participating in the collective fiction that she existed in the way everyone else needed her to exist. stopped showing up for a life that never quite fit, stopped answering to a name that felt borrowed from someone else's story. Maybe that's not disappearance at all. Maybe that's the most honest thing a person can do. I close the notebook and turn off the lamp. In the darkness, the house settles around me like an old coat, familiar and strange at the same time. The footsteps upstairs have stopped, but I no longer need to know who is making them. Some questions are more important than their answers. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Outside, the world continues its slow rotation, carrying all of us toward tomorrow whether we're ready or not. But in this room, in this moment, time feels negotiable again, like something I can step into or out of at will. I think I'm beginning to understand why she left the radio on at night. Silence isn't too loud. It's too honest. Story 7. My gaze was fixed on the narrow corridor where shadows pooled unnaturally at the edges. The old radiator clanked intermittently, each sound dissipating into a vacuum of silence, leaving a residue of unease. The walls seemed to breathe, exhaling a chill that was both familiar and alien. I waited for a sign, any small motion that would make sense of the stillness. The clock on the mantel didn't tick, and I hadn't heard it stop. Suddenly, I noticed the absence of draft that should have been, like breath withheld just out of reach. The coffee cup on the kitchen table held a perfect ring of foam. I remember thinking how strange it was that someone would leave it exactly like that, untouched, as if they'd been interrupted mid-sip. The chair was pushed back at an angle that suggested haste, or maybe I wanted it to suggest haste. Maybe I needed there to be a reason for the emptiness that followed me through those rooms like a persistent echo. I keep returning to the sound of gravel under tires. It happened twice that week, always in the early morning when the mist still clung to the windows. The second time I counted the seconds between the engine cutting off and the car door closing. 17 seconds, long enough for someone to sit and watch, long enough to decide something. The detective asked me about the basement door, whether I'd noticed if it was usually locked. I told him I couldn't remember, which was true, but not complete. The truth was that I'd started checking it every night, running my fingers along the wood grain, feeling for scratches that might tell a story I wasn't ready to hear. The key hung on a hook beside the refrigerator, always in the same spot until it wasn't. There's a photograph tucked between pages of a cookbook I never use. 2 figures standing beside a lake, their faces turned away from the camera. I found it while looking for something else entirely, though I can't remember what that something was. The edges are worn soft, like it's been handled often, like it's been studied. The water in the background is perfectly still, mirror smooth, reflecting nothing. I started keeping a notebook, small observations, fragments of conversations overheard in grocery stores, the way certain strangers looked at me with recognition I couldn't place. The handwriting changes as the pages progress, becoming more urgent, more cramped. On page 47, I wrote the same sentence 12 times. The pattern is becoming clear, but I can't read what comes after. The smell of cigarettes lingered in the upstairs hallway, even though no one in that house had smoked for years. I mentioned it once casually during a conversation about something unrelated. The response was silence that stretched too long, followed by a change of subject so abrupt it felt like a door closing. I began to understand that some observations were meant to remain private. My reflection in the bathroom mirror started looking unfamiliar, not dramatically, not in any way I could articulate to another person, just a subtle wrongness, like seeing yourself in a photograph taken from an unexpected angle. I stopped making eye contact with myself while brushing my teeth. I stopped looking at all. The phone rang at the same time every evening for a week. When I answered, the line would stay open for exactly 30 seconds before disconnecting. No breathing, no background noise, just the faint electrical hum of a connection maintained and then severed. I stopped answering. The ringing continued for 3 more days, then stopped entirely. There was mud on the kitchen floor that didn't match the mud in the garden. Different color, different texture. It formed a partial footprint beside the back door, as if someone had paused there, considering their next step. I cleaned it up immediately, but the shape remained burned into my memory. Size 9, maybe 10, a work boot with a distinctive tread pattern. I found myself driving past the same intersection repeatedly, though it wasn't on my usual route to anywhere. Something about the way the light fell across the pavement at certain times of day created shadows that seemed significant, meaningful, a language I was beginning to learn but couldn't yet speak fluently. The detective called it circumstantial, a series of coincidences that my mind had connected into a narrative that might not exist. He used the word projection several times, his voice gentle but firm. I nodded and agreed and thanked him for his time. Then I went home and added his words to my notebook, because even dismissal can be evidence if you know how to read it. The basement door was open when I returned from that meeting. Not wide open, just slightly ajar enough to reveal a slice of darkness beyond. I stood at the top of the stairs for a long time, listening to the silence below. The air that rose from those depths carried a scent I recognized but couldn't name, something organic, something patient. I realized I'd been holding my breath again, the way I'd been doing more and more often, as if the act of breathing might disturb something that needed to remain undisturbed, as if silence were a fragile thing that required protection. The pattern was becoming clear, but clarity, I was learning, wasn't the same as understanding. Clarity was just another way of seeing the same shadows, the same absences, the same careful arrangements of evidence that might not be evidence at all. The radiator clanked again, and I counted the beats like a Morse code message I'd never learned to decipher. Story 8. I told them I hadn't stayed long, that I'd only stopped by to drop off the package and left quickly. They seemed satisfied, their questions moving elsewhere. Yet my shoes bore a streak of dark mud, fresh and clinging. The air in the hallway had felt dense, saturated with a smell like burning candles and something deeper, something organic. My fingers still tingled from the brief contact with fabric not meant to be touched. Shadows had slipped along the walls in a way that suggested more than the dim light allowed. The creak of the floor echoed with a finality I didn't expect. That night, my clothes carried the scent of wax. The package sits on my kitchen counter now, unopened. I never delivered it. I wonder if they know this, if their questions were just the beginning of something larger circling around me. The brown paper wrapping has softened in the humidity, corners lifting slightly like tired eyelids. I touch the surface sometimes, feeling for what might be inside, but never pressing hard enough to truly know. When did the suspicion begin? Perhaps it was weeks before, when I first noticed how the curtains in the front room hung differently. Not drawn closed, not pulled open, but arranged in a careful way that seemed to frame something specific. The fabric moved when there was no breeze, a gentle swaying that drew my attention each time I passed. I found myself walking by that house more often, my route to work bending unnecessarily through those quiet streets. The woman who lived there had a way of appearing at her window just as I approached, not watching exactly but present. Her silhouette against the glass held a stillness that made me slow my steps. I began to time my walks, arriving at the same moment each morning, anticipating that shadow against the pale curtains. She never waved, neither did I. The package appeared on my doorstep without explanation. No return address, just my name written in careful script across brown paper. Inside, I imagined, were photographs or letters, something that would explain the careful choreography of our morning encounters, but I never opened it. Instead, I decided to return it, to use it as an excuse for the conversation that had been building between us in silence. Her door stood slightly ajar when I arrived. This detail returns to me now with uncomfortable clarity. I remember thinking it was an invitation, that she had been expecting me. The hallway beyond seemed to extend further than the house should have allowed, disappearing into a dimness that felt intentional rather than accidental. I called out softly, announcing myself. My voice seemed to absorb into the walls, muffled by something I couldn't identify. The smell hit me then, that mixture of melted wax and something earthier, richer, like soil after rain, but warmer, more intimate. The fabric I touched was velvet, deep red and hanging from a doorframe I hadn't noticed at first. My fingers found it accidentally as I moved through the hallway, and the texture sent an unexpected jolt through my hand. It was warm, as if recently touched by someone else. The sensation lingered even after I pulled away, a phantom pressure against my fingertips. But did I really go inside? Sometimes I remember standing on the threshold, calling into the empty space. Other times I see myself moving through rooms filled with candles, their flames casting those restless shadows I mentioned to the investigators. The memories shift depending on when I examine them, like looking at the same photograph under different lights. The mud on my shoes tells one story. The scent of wax on my clothes tells another. Both could be true or neither. I've walked past that house every morning since, and the curtains hang straight now, ordinary and still. No silhouette appears at the window. The door remains firmly closed. Yet the package grows heavier on my counter. Not physically, but in the weight of possibility it carries. What if I had delivered it as intended? What if the conversation we never had contained the explanation for everything that followed? The investigators asked their questions with the assumption that something had already happened, that my brief visit was connected to whatever brought them to my door. I told them about the package without mentioning that I still had it. This omission feels significant now, though I'm not sure why. They nodded when I described the woman at the window, the careful way she arranged her curtains. One of them wrote something in a small notebook, the pen scratching against paper with a sound that reminded me of that creaking floorboard. The floorboard, this memory surfaces with uncomfortable persistence. A single step that groaned under my weight somewhere in that dim hallway. The sound seemed to echo longer than it should have, as if the house itself was responding to my presence. But if I never went inside, how do I remember the sound so clearly? I find myself returning to that morning, examining each detail like evidence in a case I'm trying to solve. The temperature of the air, the way light filtered through those carefully arranged curtains, the exact shade of red in that velvet fabric. Each element feels crucial, part of a pattern I should be able to decipher if I just look at it correctly. But patterns can be imposed where none exist. I know this. The mind seeks connections, creates narratives from coincidence and proximity. The woman at the window might have been waiting for someone else entirely. The package might have been misdelivered. The investigators might have been following leads that had nothing to do with me. Still, I cannot shake the feeling that I witnessed something important that morning, or that something important witnessed me. The sensation follows me through my daily routines, a persistent awareness that I am connected to events I don't fully understand. When I wash my hands, I sometimes feel that phantom pressure from the velvet fabric. When I light candles in my own home, the scent carries undertones that remind me of that hallway. The investigators haven't returned, but their questions linger. They asked about the woman's habits, whether I had seen visitors to the house, if I had noticed anything unusual about her behavior. I answered honestly, describing the morning ritual of her appearance at the window, the careful arrangement of her curtains. But I realize now that my observations might have seemed more intimate than I intended, revealing the extent of my attention to her daily patterns. Had I been watching her or had she been watching me? The distinction feels important, though I'm not sure why. Our morning encounters had developed their own rhythm, a wordless acknowledgement that felt both accidental and inevitable. When she stopped appearing at the window, I felt the absence more keenly than I expected. The package remains unopened. Sometimes I think about cutting through the tape, revealing whatever secret it contains. But other times I worry that opening it would break some unspoken agreement, violate a trust I don't fully understand. The woman gave me something to deliver, even if she did so indirectly. My failure to complete that delivery feels like a betrayal, though I can't say of what or whom. I dream about that hallway now, though in dreams the details shift and multiply. Sometimes the velvet fabric is blue instead of red. Sometimes there are multiple doorways instead of one. The smell of candles mingles with other scents, creating combinations that feel familiar but impossible to identify. I wake with the sensation of having walked through rooms that exist only in sleep, carrying memories of conversations that never happened. The investigators mentioned that neighbors had reported unusual activity at the house. Visitors at odd hours, sounds that didn't match the usual patterns of occupancy. When they described these reports, I felt a strange recognition, as if I had witnessed these disturbances without realizing their significance. But when I search my memory, I find only those morning encounters, that single visit with the undelivered package. Perhaps this is how mysteries persist, not through dramatic revelations, but through the accumulation of small uncertainties. Each detail I remember could be significant or meaningless. Each omission in my account to the investigators could be innocent forgetfulness or something more deliberate. The truth feels like something I once knew clearly, but have since obscured through too much examination. The house stands empty now. I noticed this change gradually, the way one notices the seasons shifting. First, the curtains stopped moving, then the windows went dark. Finally, a sign appeared in the front yard, though I never saw anyone place it there. The woman's absence has weight, a presence defined by what is missing rather than what remains. I still carry the package with me sometimes, tucked into my jacket pocket like a talisman. The paper has grown soft with handling, the corners rounded and worn. I tell myself I'm looking for an opportunity to deliver it, but to whom? The house stands empty, and I never learn the woman's name. The investigators never asked about a package, suggesting that whatever they were investigating didn't require its contents as evidence. But evidence of what? This question circles through my thoughts with the persistence of that phantom pressure on my fingertips. The investigators asked their questions with the assumption that I knew more than I was telling, that my brief visit connected to something larger and more significant. Their certainty made me doubt my own memories, wonder if I had witnessed something important without recognizing it. The mud on my shoes that night came from somewhere. The scent of wax embedded in my clothes came from something. These physical traces suggest a story different from the one I told, but I cannot reconcile the discrepancy. Memory, I'm learning, is less reliable than evidence, but evidence without context creates its own mysteries. I find myself walking past the empty house at different times now, hoping to catch some detail I might have missed. The front door stands closed, but sometimes I think I see movement behind the windows, shadows that could be reflections or something more. The velvet fabric I remember touching with such startling clarity might still hang in that hallway, waiting for someone to discover it. The package grows lighter in my pocket as it grows heavier in my thoughts. What seemed like a simple delivery has become a symbol of all the connections I failed to make, all the conversations I never had. The woman at the window offered something through her careful arrangements, her precise timing, her wordless acknowledgments. I offered something in return through my attention, my altered routes, my willingness to participate in our morning ritual. But what we were offering each other remains unclear. The investigator's questions suggested that our connection had consequences I never intended, implications I never considered. When they asked about the length of my visit, the purpose of my presence, the nature of my relationship with the woman, I felt the weight of assumptions I couldn't address. The truth is simpler and more complicated than their questions implied. I was drawn to the mystery of her presence, the careful choreography of her appearances. She seemed to offer something I couldn't name, a kind of recognition that felt both intimate and impersonal. Our morning encounters became a ritual I looked forward to, a moment of connection that required no words or explanations. When the ritual ended, when she stopped appearing at her window, I felt compelled to understand why. The package provided an excuse, but my real motivation was curiosity about the person who had shared those wordless moments with me. I wanted to know if she had felt the same sense of connection, the same anticipation for our brief encounters. The hallway I remember, with its dense air and shifting shadows, might have been my imagination filling in details where memory failed. The velvet fabric I touched might have been a curtain, a piece of furniture, something entirely ordinary that took on significance through my heightened attention. The sounds I heard, the scents I absorbed, might have been the normal atmosphere of a house lived in by someone I barely knew. Yet the investigator's questions persist in suggesting that something more significant occurred. Their interest in my visit implies consequences I cannot see, connections I cannot make. The woman's disappearance, the empty house, the neighbors' reports of unusual activity, all suggest a story larger than my small part in it. I returned to that morning obsessively, examining each moment for clues I might have missed. The slight opening of the front door, the quality of light in the hallway, the exact texture of that fabric against my fingertips. Each detail feels weighted with meaning, but meaning that remains just beyond my understanding. The package sits on my kitchen counter now, unopened. I never delivered it. The brown paper wrapping has softened in the humidity, corners lifting slightly like tired eyelids. Sometimes I touch the surface, feeling for what might be inside, but never pressing hard enough to truly know. My fingers still tingle from that brief contact with fabric not meant to be touched, and the scent of wax lingers in my clothes like a question I cannot answer. Story 9. I assured them I hadn't noticed anything unusual. The report was filed, and they moved to the next caller. Yet my senses lingered on the muffled thump resonating beneath my feet, as if the ground whispered secrets I dared not acknowledge. The air held an unnatural chill, tinged with a metallic tang that stuck to my tongue. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, stretching across the bare walls with an unnerving patience. A draft carried a whisper, barely audible, trailing memories of presence as I turned away. But the echo persisted in my heartbeat. The nausea comes first, always, a slow roll in my stomach that begins before I'm fully awake, before consciousness has time to construct its careful barriers. It's the kind of sickness that has nothing to do with food or fever, the kind that lives in the spaces between thoughts. I press my palms against my eyes until I see stars, but the feeling remains coiled and patient. My hands shake when I reach for the coffee cup. The ceramic feels wrong against my fingertips, too smooth, too cold. Everything feels wrong these days. The apartment breathes differently now, as if the walls have learned to hold their breath. I catch myself listening for sounds that shouldn't be there, sounds that come from below, from spaces that exist only in the architecture of guilt. There was a woman, I remember her laugh before I remember her face, a sound like breaking glass wrapped in velvet. She had a way of tilting her head when she spoke, as if she was always listening to something just beyond hearing. Her eyes held questions I couldn't answer, wouldn't answer. She asked about the basement, about the sounds at night, about whether I ever felt like someone was watching. I told her she was imagining things. The basement door is painted white, but the paint is old and chips away under fingernails. I know this because I've tested it, scratched at it during moments when my mind wanders to places it shouldn't go. The door is always locked now, has been locked since that conversation with the authorities, but sometimes I hear the handle turn anyway. Metal against metal, a soft click that makes my teeth ache. She had been my neighbor for months before we spoke. I would see her in the hallway, always carrying something, a bag of groceries, a stack of books, once a small potted plant that she cradled like a baby. Her apartment was directly above mine, and I learned the rhythm of her footsteps, the pattern of her daily movements. She walked lightly, deliberately, as if she was afraid of disturbing something sleeping beneath her feet. The first time she knocked on my door, I pretended not to be home. The second time I answered, but kept the chain latched. By the third time, I had convinced myself that talking to her would be harmless, that her questions were nothing more than curiosity, that her concern was misplaced neighborly worry. I was wrong about many things. The metallic taste returns when I think about her hands. She had long fingers, pianist's fingers, though I never heard her play. She gestured when she talked, painting invisible pictures in the air between us. When she asked about the basement, her hands moved in downward spirals as if she was trying to pull something up from the depths. I watched those hands and felt something cold settle in my chest. The thump beneath my feet had started weeks before she disappeared. A rhythmic sound, like someone tapping Morse code into the foundation of the building. It came at irregular intervals, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes during the quiet hours of afternoon when the world above ground held its breath. I told myself it was the building settling, pipes expanding and contracting, the natural sounds of an old structure adjusting to temperature changes. But buildings don't tap back when you tap the floor. I remember the exact moment I realized she was gone, though the memory comes to me fragmented, like looking at a photograph that's been torn and reassembled incorrectly. I was standing in the hallway checking my mailbox when I noticed the silence above my head. No footsteps, no running water, no soft sounds of daily life. The silence had weight to it, a presence that pressed down through the ceiling and settled on my shoulders like a heavy coat. Her mail was piling up. I could see it through the thin slot in her mailbox, envelopes and advertisements creating a small paper dam behind the metal door. I counted the days by the accumulation of mail, each piece a tick mark on a calendar I didn't want to keep. The authorities came on a Tuesday, or maybe it was a Thursday. Time has a way of folding in on itself when you're trying not to remember. They asked routine questions in routine voices, their pens scratching against clipboards with a sound like fingernails on wood. They asked if I had seen her, if I had noticed anything unusual, if I had any information that might help locate her. I assured them I hadn't noticed anything unusual. But even as the words left my mouth, I could feel the lie settling in my throat like sediment. The truth was too complex, too tangled in the architecture of my own guilt to extract cleanly. How could I explain the thumping without explaining why I had never investigated it? How could I describe the way her questions had made my skin crawl without revealing what those questions had been getting close to discovering? The basement had been my domain for months before she moved in. It was a storage space, officially, a place where tenants could keep their excess belongings behind locked doors and forget about them. But it had become something else for me, a place where forgetting was more difficult, where the past had a way of surfacing no matter how deeply it was buried. I had been careful, I had been methodical. I had been so certain that the concrete floor would muffle any sounds, that the thick walls would contain any evidence of my activities. But she had heard something, sensed something, intuited some truth that I thought I had successfully hidden. Her disappearance should have been a relief, should have been the solution to a problem I hadn't known how to solve. But instead, it created new problems, new questions, new reasons for authorities to come knocking on doors and asking about unusual sounds and suspicious activities. The thumping stopped after she disappeared. The basement fell silent, as if whatever had been trying to communicate through the floor had finally given up hope of being heard, but the silence was worse than the sound had been. Silence has a way of expanding, of filling spaces until there's no room left for anything else. I find myself standing at the basement door more often now, my hand resting on the painted wood, feeling for vibrations that no longer come. The key is in my pocket, always in my pocket, a small piece of metal that has become an extension of my nervous system. I can feel its weight shifting when I walk, hear its soft chiming when it brushes against loose change. Sometimes I think about using it. The dream started after the authorities filed their report and moved on to other cases, other missing persons, other mysteries that might actually have solutions. In the dreams, I am always walking down stairs that seem to extend infinitely into darkness. The air grows colder with each step, and the metallic taste grows stronger until I can feel it coating the inside of my mouth like paint. In the dreams, she is always waiting at the bottom of the stairs, not as I remember her from our conversations in the hallway, but changed, transformed by whatever truth she discovered in the space beneath my feet. Her pianist's fingers are stained now, and her laugh has taken on a different quality, sharper and more urgent. She asks the same questions she asked when she was alive, but now I can hear the answers echoing back from the walls around us. The basement in my dreams is larger than the one in reality, with corridors that branch off into shadows and rooms that exist only in the geography of guilt. She leads me through these spaces, showing me things I had forgotten, things I had convinced myself never happened. When I wake, the taste of metal is real, and my hands are dirty, though I haven't touched anything that should leave stains. The other tenants have started to look at me differently, not with suspicion exactly, but with a kind of careful distance that suggests they know something has shifted in the building's ecosystem. They nod when we pass in the hallway, but their eyes don't meet mine, and their conversations stop when I approach. I wonder what they hear at night, what sounds filter up through their floors, what vibrations travel through the walls and pipes and electrical conduits that connect all our separate lives. I wonder if they dream of basements, if they taste metal when they wake, if they feel the weight of keys in their pockets. The woman's apartment remains empty. The landlord came by once to check on it, but he didn't stay long and he didn't ask me any questions. He looked tired, older than I remembered, as if the building itself was aging him prematurely. He locked her door and left, and now there are two locked doors between me and the truth, one above and one below. But locks are only as strong as the people who respect them. I have been thinking about the sequence of events, trying to arrange them in an order that makes sense, that creates a narrative I can live with. But memory is unreliable, and guilt has a way of rearranging facts to serve its own purposes. Did the thumping start before she moved in or after? Did her questions cause my anxiety, Or did my anxiety cause me to misinterpret innocent curiosity as dangerous investigation? The more I try to remember, the less certain I become. The past feels fluid, changeable, as if it's still being written by forces I don't understand or control. Sometimes I remember her disappearance as sudden, a single moment when presence became absence. Other times I remember it as gradual, a slow fading that took place over days or weeks, so subtle that I didn't notice until it was complete. Both versions feel true, neither version feels complete. The authorities have not returned, but I know they could. Missing persons cases don't close, they just fade into background noise until something new surfaces to bring them back into focus. I have become an expert in the bureaucracy of disappearance, in the way cases move through systems and across desks, gathering dust and losing priority until they exist only as file numbers in forgotten databases. But I also know that concrete has a way of shifting over time, that foundations settle and crack, that things buried in darkness have a tendency to work their way toward light. The nausea is constant now, a low-grade fever of the conscience that no amount of medication can touch. I have stopped trying to eat regular meals, stopped pretending that my body's rebellion is anything other than a symptom of deeper sickness. The coffee tastes like metal, the water tastes like metal, even the air carries that distinctive flavor that speaks of things oxidizing in hidden places. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looks unfamiliar, as if the person staring back at me is someone I used to know but can no longer recognize. The eyes are the same color, the features arranged in the same pattern, but something essential has changed, some quality of light or shadow that transforms the familiar into the foreign. I practice expressions in the mirror, rehearsing normalcy like lines in a play. I smile, frown, look surprised, look concerned, look innocent, but every expression feels like a mask, and I can see the truth lurking behind the performance, visible to anyone who knows how to look. The basement key grows heavier each day, as if it's accumulating mass from some unknown source. I have considered throwing it away, dropping it down a storm drain or into a river, but I know that distance won't solve the problem. The lock would still exist, and locks can be changed, replaced, bypassed by people with the right tools and sufficient motivation. Besides, throwing away the key would be an admission of something I'm not ready to admit, even to myself. The building creaks more now, or maybe I'm just more attuned to its sounds. Every settling timber, every expanding pipe, every shift in the foundation registers in my consciousness like a seismic event. I have become a human seismograph, detecting tremors that others can't feel, interpreting vibrations that others can't hear. Sometimes the sounds form patterns that almost resemble communication, like the thumping did before it stopped. I find myself responding to these patterns, tapping back against walls and floors, engaging in conversations with the building itself. But buildings don't talk back, and the patterns I think I hear are probably nothing more than the random noise of an old structure adjusting to the weight of its secrets. Probably. The woman's laugh echoes in the hallway sometimes, carried by drafts that seem to originate from impossible directions. I know it's not real, know it's just my mind playing tricks with memory and acoustics, but the knowledge doesn't make the sound any less disturbing. It has taken on a quality I don't remember from our actual conversations, a note of recognition that suggests she understands something I'm still trying to deny. I have stopped answering my door. The mailbox overflows like hers did, creating its own small dam of neglected correspondence. Bills and advertisements and official notices pile up behind the metal slot, each piece of mail a small weight added to the larger burden of existence. Eventually, someone will come to check on me, will ask the same questions the authorities asked about her. I wonder what my neighbors will tell them. I wonder what sounds they hear coming from my apartment, what patterns they detect in my movements, what absences they notice in my daily routine. I wonder if they will say they hadn't noticed anything unusual, if they will file their own reports and move on to other concerns, other mysteries, other missing persons who might actually be found. The basement door calls to me now with a voice I recognize but cannot name. It speaks in frequencies below hearing, in vibrations that travel through bone and settle in the spaces between thoughts. The painted wood feels warm under my palm, as if something on the other side is generating heat, as if the locked space below has become a kind of engine, converting darkness into energy. I press my ear to the door and listen. The silence is complete, but it has texture, weight, presence. It's the kind of silence that exists only in spaces where sound has been deliberately eliminated, where noise has been absorbed and contained and transformed into something else entirely. My hand finds the key in my pocket, fingers closing around metal that feels familiar as skin. The lock would turn easily, I know. The mechanism is well-oiled, well-maintained, designed to open at the slightest pressure. One small motion, one tiny revolution of metal against metal, and the barrier between present and past would dissolve. But opening the door would change everything, would transform possibility into certainty, suspicion into knowledge, guilt into something larger and more terrible. Some doors are meant to remain closed, some spaces are meant to stay locked, some truths are meant to exist only in the realm of the almost known. The key turns in my fingers anyway, responding to impulses I don't consciously control. My body has its own logic, its own needs, its own relationship with the truth. The lock clicks open with a sound like breaking bones, and cool air rises from the darkness below, carrying scents I had forgotten, carrying whispers I had tried not to hear. The stairs descend into blackness that seems to have substance, weight, intention. Each step echoes with sounds that don't match the impact of foot against wood, as if the staircase extends into spaces that exist only in memory, only in guilt, only in the architecture of things that cannot be undone. At the bottom, in the darkness that tastes of metal and regret, something waits with the patience of buried things, with the persistence of truth, with the terrible mercy of secrets that refuse to stay hidden. Story 10. It wasn't uncommon to notice the carpet looked a bit darker some days. The cleaning crew didn't seem to mind much, and it wasn't like anyone really paid attention to those hallways. I suppose that's why the muted tones always felt a bit askew, like the dim outline of something misplaced. I walked the same path each evening, hearing the faint creak of floorboards under my feet, though never when I was alone. It was merely routine to step around the soft spots, pretending they weren't a bother. I rarely glanced at the marks on the wallpaper. They almost seemed to fade into the background. When I turned off the light that night, my fingers lingered a second longer on the switch. The building held its breath after dark. I'd grown accustomed to the way sound traveled through these walls, how conversations from neighboring units filtered through like distant radio static. But that particular evening, the silence pressed against my eardrums with an almost physical weight. I stood in my doorway, key still warm in my palm, listening to nothing at all. The superintendent had mentioned something about the carpet replacement being delayed. Budget constraints, he'd said, though his eyes had darted toward the stained sections when he spoke. Those patches had been there since I'd moved in, maybe longer. They reminded me of coffee spills or perhaps wine. The way liquid seeps deep into fiber and refuses to lift completely, no matter how much scrubbing occurs. I found myself studying those marks more closely as the days passed. They formed an almost deliberate pattern leading from the elevator to the apartment at the end of the hall, the one that had been vacant for months according to the mailboxes downstairs, though sometimes I caught the scent of something cooking when I walked past the door. Onions, maybe, or something burning. The woman who lived across from me had started leaving earlier in the mornings. I'd hear her deadbolt turn before dawn, followed by the careful placement of her feet on the carpet. She avoided certain spots entirely, I noticed. Her path curved around the darker patches in a way that seemed practiced, automatic. When I'd asked her about the building's history, she'd paused mid-sentence and suggested I speak with the landlord instead. But the landlord's office always seemed to be closed when I called. His voicemail message played the same rehearsed greeting, promising to return calls within 24 hours. I left 3 messages over 2 weeks. The silence that followed each one felt deliberate, calculated. The cleaning crew arrived on different days now. They used to come every Tuesday, their cartwheels squeaking against the linoleum near the mailboxes. Now they appeared unpredictably, always when most residents were at work. I caught glimpses of them through my peephole sometimes, their movements hurried and focused on specific areas of the hallway. They carried bottles of solution I didn't recognize, industrial-strength products that left behind a chemical sweetness in the air. One morning I found a business card slipped under my door. No company name, just a phone number written in careful block letters. The paper felt expensive between my fingers, heavier than standard cardstock. When I called the number, a recorded message instructed me to leave my apartment number and a brief description of any concerns. The voice was professionally neutral, neither male nor female in its careful modulation. I didn't leave a message that day. Instead, I began paying closer attention to the sounds that traveled through the building at night, footsteps that started and stopped without apparent destination, the soft thud of something being moved across a floor, water running through pipes at odd hours, always from the same direction. The marks on the wallpaper became more prominent as autumn progressed. What I'd initially dismissed as water damage now revealed itself as something more intentional. Scuff marks, perhaps from furniture being moved repeatedly, or the impression left by someone leaning against the wall for extended periods. The height suggested someone tall, or perhaps someone carrying something heavy. I started documenting these details in a notebook I kept by my kitchen window. Not out of any particular suspicion, but because the pattern seemed worth recording. The way certain stains appeared darker after humid days. How the building's heating system created pockets of warmth that intensified whatever odors lingered in the carpet fibers. The woman across the hall stopped making eye contact when we passed in the lobby. Her keys would already be in her hand before she reached the elevator, and she'd pressed the button for her floor with the kind of urgency that suggested routine rather than impatience. Once, I noticed her pause at the top of the stairwell, listening to something I couldn't hear. The vacant apartment's door had a different lock than the others, newer, with scratches around the keyhole that caught the hallway light at certain angles. The scratches formed a pattern that reminded me of someone working in darkness, feeling for the right position. When I mentioned this observation to the superintendent during a chance encounter in the basement laundry room, he claimed not to know which apartment I meant. But I'd seen him coming out of that very unit 2 days prior, carrying a plastic bag that seemed heavier than its contents should have warranted. He'd locked the door behind him with the careful attention of someone who understood the importance of security. The bag had disappeared into the building's dumpster, though when I'd looked later, the garbage had already been collected. The business card remained on my kitchen counter, its corners beginning to curl from humidity. I'd picked up my phone to dial the number several times, but something always interrupted the call. a neighbor's television turning up too loud, or the sudden awareness of my own breathing in the silence. The number itself seemed familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen it before. Sleep became increasingly elusive as winter approached. The building's heating system created new sounds, metal expanding and contracting in rhythms that almost resembled conversation. I'd lie awake listening to these mechanical whispers, trying to distinguish between normal settling and something more purposeful. The radiator in my bedroom faced the wall that adjoined the vacant apartment, and sometimes the heat carried scents that didn't belong to my own space. One evening I discovered that my key fit the mailbox for the vacant unit. The discovery was accidental, the result of grabbing the wrong key in the dim lobby lighting. But the box opened easily, revealing a collection of mail that someone had been sorting through regularly. Bills and advertisements mostly, but also official-looking envelopes that had been opened and resealed with clear tape. The return addresses meant nothing to me, but the dates on the postmarks created a timeline that contradicted what I'd been told about the apartment's occupancy. Letters had been arriving regularly, being collected and processed by someone who clearly had legitimate access. The mailbox key that worked was the same one I used for my own unit, which seemed like more than coincidence. I began to understand that my presence in the building might not be as straightforward as I'd assumed. The lease I'd signed had been processed quickly, without the usual credit checks or references that most landlords required. The deposit had been unusually low, and the first month's rent had been waived entirely. At the time, I'd attributed this generosity to a competitive rental market, but now other explanations seemed more plausible. The notebook by my kitchen window had filled with observations that formed their own narrative, patterns of activity that suggested coordination between multiple parties, schedules that aligned too perfectly to be coincidental. The building operated according to rhythms that its official residents didn't control or fully understand. The cleaning crew's irregular schedule began to make more sense when I realized they weren't cleaning so much as maintaining. The carpet stains never disappeared completely, but they were managed, kept within acceptable boundaries. The chemical solutions they used weren't designed to remove evidence of past events, but to prevent new evidence from becoming permanent. My own apartment showed signs of previous preparation. Scratches on the hardwood floors where heavy objects had been moved, paint touch-ups that didn't quite match the original color. The bathroom mirror had been replaced recently, based on the different mounting hardware, and the medicine cabinet's shelves bore the residue of tape that had been carefully removed. The woman across the hall had lived in the building longer than anyone else, according to the superintendent. But when I'd asked her directly, she'd claimed to have moved in just before me. Her apartment's door showed wear patterns that contradicted such recent occupancy, and her familiarity with the building's quirks suggested years of experience rather than months. I called the number on the business card during a particularly sleepless night. The same recorded message played, but this time I left my apartment number and a simple question about the building's history. The callback came within hours from a different number that displayed no caller identification. The voice was human this time, though still carefully neutral. They asked what I'd observed, and I found myself describing the carpet stains, the vacant apartment, the inconsistencies in what different people had told me. The person listened without interruption, occasionally making soft sounds of acknowledgement that could have meant anything. When I finished, they thanked me for my attention to detail and suggested that some buildings require more careful observation than others. They mentioned that my lease included certain responsibilities that hadn't been explicitly outlined in the standard paperwork. The conversation ended with an assurance that someone would be in touch soon to discuss these additional expectations. The next morning, I found an envelope under my door containing a key I didn't recognize and a single sheet of paper with an address written in the same block letters as the business card. The address was for a storage unit across town, accessible during specific hours that were also noted on the paper. I visited the storage facility that afternoon, though I'm still not entirely certain why. The key opened a small unit containing boxes of documents and photographs that appeared to chronicle the building's history over several decades. Rental agreements, maintenance records, and incident reports that painted a picture of careful management and selective tenant placement. My own application was among the papers, along with background information I'd never provided. Medical records, employment history, and psychological evaluations that had somehow been compiled without my knowledge or consent. The thoroughness was impressive and deeply unsettling. The photographs showed the building's interior at various points in time, including images of my current apartment occupied by previous tenants. The furniture arrangements were different, but certain elements remained constant. The same scratches on the floors, the same paint inconsistencies, the same careful positioning of fixtures and appliances. Among the most recent photographs were images of the hallway carpet at different stages of staining and treatment. The progression was documented with scientific precision, showing how the dark patches had evolved and been managed over time. Some photos included measurements and chemical analysis reports that suggested ongoing monitoring rather than simple maintenance. I returned the key and documents to the storage unit, but retained copies of several pages that seemed most relevant to my own situation. The drive back to the building felt different, as if I were returning to a place I understood for the first time, though that understanding brought no comfort. The vacant apartment's door was open when I reached my floor. Not wide open, but enough to reveal a slice of interior space that contradicted everything I'd been told about its condition. The apartment was furnished and obviously inhabited, with personal belongings arranged in the casual disorder of daily life. I didn't enter, but I stood in the doorway long enough to catalog what I could see. Furniture that matched the style in the storage unit photographs. Cleaning supplies arranged on a kitchen counter in quantities that suggested regular and intensive use. A bulletin board covered with what appeared to be schedules and contact information. The door closed while I was looking, though I hadn't seen anyone approach from inside the apartment. The lock engaged with the same careful precision I'd observed from the superintendent, and I heard footsteps moving away from the door toward the interior of the unit. My own apartment felt different when I entered it, not physically changed, but somehow less private than before. The notebook by my kitchen window was exactly where I'd left it, but the pages seemed to have been read and carefully repositioned. The business card on my counter had been moved slightly, rotated so that the phone number faced a different direction. I began to suspect that my role in the building's ecosystem was more complex than simple tenancy. The reduced rent, the waived deposits, the careful documentation of my background and behavior all suggested a relationship that extended beyond the standard landlord-tenant arrangement. The woman across the hall knocked on my door that evening. When I answered, she stood in the threshold without entering, her expression carefully neutral. She mentioned that she'd noticed my increased interest in the building's operations and wanted to discuss the importance of discretion in maintaining everyone's comfort and security. Her explanation was measured and reasonable. Some buildings, she said, required residents who understood that certain activities were best left unexamined. The reduced rent and favorable lease terms were compensation for this understanding and for the occasional assistance that might be requested from time to time. She didn't specify what kind of assistance might be needed, but her meaning seemed clear enough. The building operated as more than a simple residential property, and its tenants were selected for their willingness to participate in or ignore activities that weren't entirely conventional. I found myself nodding along with her explanation, though I'm not sure I fully understood what I was agreeing to. The conversation felt like a formality, as if my compliance had already been assumed based on the background research I'd discovered in the storage unit. After she left, I sat by my kitchen window and considered my options. The lease I'd signed was for a full year, with penalties for early termination that would be financially devastating. But more than that, I was beginning to understand that leaving might not be as simple as packing my belongings and finding a new apartment. The building had invested considerable resources in selecting and monitoring its tenants. The documentation in the storage unit suggested a level of oversight that extended well beyond the property boundaries. Whatever operation was being conducted here required residents who could be trusted to maintain appropriate levels of ignorance and cooperation. The carpet stains had stopped bothering me. They were simply part of the building's character now, like the creaking floorboards or the irregular heating. I'd learned to step around the soft spots without thinking, and the marks on the wallpaper had become as familiar as any other architectural detail. My notebook entries became less frequent as winter progressed into spring. There seemed to be less worth documenting, or perhaps I'd simply grown more selective about what deserved attention. The patterns I'd initially found suspicious now seemed like normal variations in building operations. The cleaning crew returned to a regular schedule, arriving each Tuesday with their cart of specialized solutions. I'd nod to them when our paths crossed, and they'd acknowledge me with the professional courtesy reserved for residents who understood their role in the building's ecosystem. The vacant apartment remained officially unoccupied according to the mailbox directory, though I'd grown accustomed to the sounds of daily life that emanated from behind its door. Cooking odors, running water, the soft murmur of television or radio. These sounds had become part of the building's ambient noise, no more remarkable than traffic from the street below. I never called the number on the business card again, though I kept it in my kitchen drawer as a reminder of the conversation that had clarified my position. The storage unit key had been returned, but I retained the knowledge that such facilities existed and that my activities were being documented with the same careful attention I'd once devoted to observing others. The woman across the hall and I exchanged pleasantries when we met in the lobby or elevator, but we never discussed the building's operations again. Our understanding was implicit now, based on shared recognition of what could be acknowledged and what was better left unexamined. Sometimes I wondered about the previous tenant of my apartment, whether they'd gone through a similar process of discovery and accommodation. The storage unit photographs suggested that this cycle had been repeated many times, with each new resident eventually finding their place in the building's carefully managed ecosystem. The scratches on my hardwood floors had been joined by new marks from my own furniture arrangements. The paint touch-ups were beginning to fade, creating their own inconsistencies that would puzzle future occupants. I was becoming part of the building's history, adding my own layer to the accumulated evidence of careful management and selective ignorance. My lease renewal arrived in the mail without any increase in rent. The terms remained as favorable as they'd been initially, with the same penalties for early termination and the same absence of explicit requirements beyond standard tenant responsibilities. But I understood now that these standard responsibilities encompassed more than what was written in the contract. I signed the renewal without hesitation, though I'm still not entirely certain what motivated that decision. Convenience, perhaps, or simple recognition that my options were more limited than they'd initially appeared. The building had become home in a way that transcended mere residence, and leaving would require more than just finding alternative housing. The carpet stains continue to vary in darkness from day to day, and I continue to step around the soft spots without conscious thought. The cleaning crew maintains their regular schedule, and the vacant apartment remains officially unoccupied while obviously inhabited. These contradictions no longer trouble me the way they once did. I've stopped keeping the notebook by my kitchen window, though I still notice details that once would have seemed worth documenting. The building's rhythms have become my rhythms, and its careful balance of revelation and concealment has become my own approach to daily life. When I turn off the lights each night, my fingers still linger on the switch for just a moment longer than necessary. But now I understand that this hesitation isn't uncertainty about what lies hidden in the darkness. It's simply acknowledgement that some things are better left unseen, and that comfort sometimes requires a deliberate choice to look away.